Okay, here we go. Is that a little better? Okay, fantastic. Yeah, welcome everybody. So my name is Jeff Bothun. I'm currently, I'm a professor here at URI in chemical engineering. I'm also the principal investigator and project director for our current statewide Track-1 NSF EPSCoR project. And you know, we're here today to talk about the future of Rhode Island NSF EPSCoR, transitioning from Track-1 to EPSCoR and eRISE. Who's familiar with Track-1? Okay, who's familiar with EPSCoR? eRISE? Okay, good. A few people, so I think we're going to count on you to be perhaps mentors during the day where we can bounce questions off of you for those that don't know. But I think this is a good example, right? The NSF EPSCoR landscape is changing. It's moving from a kind of the Track-1 mechanism where there was one award per jurisdiction to these EPSCoR and eRISE mechanisms, which are quite a bit different. I have a few slides that I want to share with you. I only have 10 minutes, and 10 minutes to a professor is a very short amount of time. And I want to keep us on track, so let me dive in here. Okay, so I promised to introduce the staff. So right now we have our Track-1 office staff, and they kind of serve as a de facto state staff for the NSF EPSCoR activities. Howard Dooley is our project administrator. Yeah, you heard from him earlier. BJ Karangia, she's our scientific research grants assistant. Sean Kirby is our communications and outreach coordinator. And then we have Jim Lemire. These folks all reside here at URI. Jim Lemire is at Roger Williams. He's been kind of the longest resident Rhode Island NSF EPSCoR affiliate of 18 years, 19 years, something like that. So he runs our undergraduate research fellowships, which take place every summer throughout the state. So I wanted to share this with you. So this is our current Track-1 project. URI is the lead. We have some wonderful folks up here, some in the audience today who are co-PIs or leads at partner institutions. And this includes 8 institutions throughout the state. You see the logos up there. I won't go through each one. We also partner with Rhode Island Commerce and the State Science and Technology Advisory Committee. So they serve as our kind of executive committee and the governing body of NSF EPSCoR and these Track-1 projects. So the current project, which has been in effect since September 1st, 2017, it ends this August, has been the development of the Rhode Island Consortium for Coastal Ecology Assessment, Innovation, and Modeling. And I won't get into the details, but there's kind of biogeochemical effects of climate change on Narragansett Bay. There's new sensors, there's data streams, there's visualization efforts. There's a lot of stuff. There's workforce development and education as well. So just a very simple overview of the purpose of NSF EPSCoR. And EPSCoR states actually become eligible to receive these funds if you receive below, and I hope I get 0.75%, okay, I'm getting a nod, of the federal R&D budget. So if your state or jurisdiction, including Guam, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, if you receive less than 0.75% of federal R&D funding, you are EPSCoR eligible. So there's 28 jurisdictions in the U.S. that are eligible to receive these EPSCoR funds. So, I mean, effectively, that's our competition in Rhode Island. 27 other states and jurisdictions who will be also competing for eRISE and EPSCoR projects. So the purpose is basically to, and all of these factors must be statewide, and they must align with the state science and technology plan. So the state S&T plan really sets the vision for building research capacity, increasing research competitiveness at all of our institutions, and now community members, tribal communities, et cetera. It involves workforce development, as well as STEM education and outreach. There's a component, a big component in terms of broadening participation, kind of to underserved audiences, underserved representation. There's also an economic development component too. So what we need to do, and this is kind of in alignment with that state plan, is be working in research areas where there is opportunity for economic growth. So that's just the big picture. There's a lot of other things that are involved. So how have we done this in Rhode Island to date? So I first took the helm in 2016 for the end of our previous Track-1 project, and then worked with, again, a great group of people to put in the next proposal. But here's kind of the history of what we're working with. So we really became EPSCoR eligible in 2002. In 2004, we had this roadmap to research excellence in Rhode Island. And then in 2006 was the first Track-1 award. And this was to catalyze research, education, and innovation here within the state. 2010 was a Track-1 award on infrastructure to advance life sciences in the Ocean State. And it involved 9 institutions. Add CCRI to that list that you saw on the first slide. And then in 2017, that's when we were awarded the current Rhode Island CAIM Track-1 project. The important thing to pull out of this is the infrastructure available statewide that has contributed to increased research competitiveness. So we've got, through the 2006 award, we developed and helped or partnered with, up at Brown, the Proteomics Shared Resource Facility, down at the GSO Bay campus at URI, the Marine Science Research Facility, and the Genomic Sequencing Center, also at URI. So these became core facilities, open to all institutions. Under the 2010 Track-1, up at Brown, the Center for Computational Visualization, CCV. At URI, the Molecular Characterization Facility, and then the Nature Lab up at RISD started receiving support and became one of our facilities too in the EPSCoR network. It was during this 2010 award as well where the CORS RI, if you've ever been to that website, so it's like a kind of a clearinghouse of instrumentation and facilities available statewide for research purposes. And then in 2017, we built a number of things. So this includes the Rhode Island Consortium for Nanoscale Science and Nanotechnology, so RIN2. So these are electron microscopy and materials characterization facilities, a core facility at URI. We have the Leduc Bioimaging Facility that was supported up at Brown University, the Aquatic Studio at Providence College and Joe DeGeorgis's group, as well as some other efforts, including a Visathon that's led by RISD. New ways to think about research and to think about data, but also convey that in creative platforms. At RIC, data visualization. I think Annabella, you kind of led that effort up there. And then we also have a website where we've taken historical data over 50 years and then started including new data from Bay, Narragansett Bay observation in the Rhode Island Data Discovery Center. So I wanted to share these with you because these are the types of things that NSF EPSCoR is expecting. That we are building capacity, we are building facilities and programs and efforts that are available statewide that we can all use in a collaborative way through partnership to enhance the research competitiveness within our state. Okay, and last slide so I keep us on track. Just very quickly preparing for the future. So the purpose of this is we're moving away from that Track-1 where there was only one that could be submitted. It was the state institution that was the lead. These were large awards. These were complex awards. And they, like every EPSCoR project, they require this statewide integration. So ECOR and ERISE are different now. And it creates a huge opportunity, but also there's a lot of, I think, complications and perhaps complexity that come with these new opportunities. So ECOR and ERISE, so to put it in perspective, the Track-1s are $20 million over 5 years. ECOR is $8 million over 4 years. ERISE is $7 million over 4 years, and there's a period of like a renewal for the ECOR and the ERISE. Now, one per institution per year can go in of each of these mechanisms. But yet, so they're going to be smaller infrastructure core if you're an ECOR, or smaller research incubators if you're an ERISE. But these still require the same level of statewide integration, alignment with state science and technology plan, large partnerships of all entities within the state working together, okay? So regardless of where these derive from, which institution, it has to have those kind of elements. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over now to Kelvin. Yes, Kelvin Chu. with the implementation group. So he has, give you a little bit more insight on these new funding mechanisms. Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, you're welcome. All right.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Okay. All right, so good morning. My name is Kelvin Chu. I'm with a research development firm called the Implementation Group, and I've been asked to talk to you a little bit about EPSCoR and eRISE. My background is, let's see, a long time ago, 2 lifetimes ago, I helped run the Vermont EPSCoR and IMBRI programs. Then I went to NSF as an EPSCoR program officer for 3 years, and now I run a research development firm that does, among some of the things that we do, EPSCoR proposals. So, and I'll sort of describe the programs, what I think the changes are, and I'm cognizant that this is being recorded, but I did chat with Howard earlier, and he said that it was okay that I violate the timing. So the timing is 20 minutes of talking and 20 minutes of Q&A. I'm happy to be interrupted, and just as you see that you have questions, just raise your hand. All right, so the next thing I'll say is that Jeff and I did not coordinate on how we were organizing our talks, but you'll see some similar information here. I figured I'd start with what the baseline measurement was, and that baseline is the Track-1 like awards that came into Rhode Island. They start with the planning grant that Jeff Seaman was the PI on, something that was sort of like Track-1 with Peter Alfonso, and then Jeff was the PI on the next 2 awards, or the PI of record on the next 2 awards. And so that's where we are. We've seen a tremendous amount of investment of NSF dollars into the state of Rhode Island in these large infrastructure grants. So baseline measurement. So here's the theory of change. The theory of change is there were 2 recent reports. One report was called the Future of NSF EPSCoR report, and that report decided to tell NSF, or tell the EPSCoR community, that the things that they wanted to focus on were expanding and supporting human capital, bridge building, and strengthening resources and infrastructure with inclusion and diversity undergirding these 3 main areas. Okay. I want to point out, well, let me tell you the other one. The second report is the 2M report, and that report is a report on essentially designing metrics for research competitiveness in a state, okay? Both of these reports were commissioned by NSF EPSCoR. I'll point out that the word research appears in the description of these things for research competitiveness, okay? So NSF EPSCoR telegraphed, I don't know, maybe a year or 2 ago, that they were thinking of changing the game, and this is the changes that have come. All right, so we started with the baseline, theory of action, and now what's going to happen. So this is the, what is the phrase I'm supposed to use? This is the burning the boats moment, right? This happened last May, and what happened on May 15th is that they announced that the Track-1 program is being archived. It is gone. There's a current competition for the people who went in this past summer. Those announcements will be coming out relatively soon. And then they rolled out 2 new programs, ePSCoR and eRISE. ePSCoR is acronym speak for EPSCoR Collaborations, our Optimizing Research Ecosystems RII program, and eRISE is Research Incubators for STEM Excellence Research Infrastructure Improvement. Okay, so these things are your new target programs. And so Jeff sort of outlined what they mean financially. So the EPSCoR ePSCoR is a 4-year program, $8 million, so $2 million a year. It's renewable once. And the eRISE is 2 phases. The first phase is 4 years at $7 million, and then there's a second phase, which is 3 years at $4.5 million. So I think the way that, sorry, let me back up. Does everybody in the room sort of know what a Track-1 looks like? Sort of, yeah? Okay, Jeff raises his hand, that's good. All right, so Track-1s are, Track-1s are large research efforts, right? They're topically focused, they have a large research component, and they have broadening participation components. The easy way to think about the EPSCoR and the ERISE is that you take the research chunk of a Track-1 and you put it into the ERISE, and you take the broadening participation chunk of a Track-1 and you put it in the EPSCoR. And this is not the way to think about it, okay? But it's how everybody started thinking about them because they wanted to replace a Track-1 with an EPSCoR plus an ERISE. But what I want to convince you of is that they are fundamentally different animals. Okay. So I'll tell you a little bit about EPSCoR. I'll tell you a little bit about ERISE. We'll talk about the differences of them. Okay, so EPSCoR is designed to build capacity. The drivers need to be evidence-based, and they are self-identified by the needs of the jurisdiction. That's code that the EPSCoR has to be based in stuff that's in your S&T plan. Okay, there's a suggestion for cores for things that you could do. It's basically anything you want to do. So the list is jurisdiction-wide research administration. If you wanted to write like a granted proposal for the entire state of Rhode Island, you could do it here. Research facilities, higher education pathways, K through 16, broadening participation, workforce development, community engagement and outreach, economic development, use-inspired research, early career research training pathways. That's like 10 things. Okay, so that sounds great, right? 10 things sounds great. And then, but the key piece of the EPSCoR is the word network. Okay, so the other thing, since Rhode Island is an idea state, you might be thinking that the EPSCoR and the ERISE sort of look like the Embry-Cobry model. Yeah, sort of, but not, right? There is a focus in research in one piece. There is a focus on infrastructure in the other piece, but it's not Embry-Cobry. Okay, so, but networks is important, and the N in Embry is networks. Okay, so development and growth of new jurisdictional networks, leveraging of existing jurisdictional networks that can drive a sustainable impact to a research ecosystem. So the key for the EPSCoR is the research ecosystem, and that's reflected in this figure. So this figure comes from the EPSCoR solicitation, and it is the figure that you either go over it and you go, oh yeah, that makes sense, or you go over it and you go, oh my God, how are we going to do this? Okay, so when you look at this figure, on the left-hand side, there's jurisdictional and local partnerships and investments. So that's statewide stuff, right? On the right-hand side, you see higher education investments. That's research institutions, PUIs, emerging research institutions, minority-serving institutions, two-year colleges, all right? And at the bottom is NSF and other federal investments. And the EPSCoR is that blob in the center. The EPSCoR is the glue that holds the state together. It makes the connections among these different components. The state stuff, the higher ed stuff, the federal stuff, okay? It is, so you were supposed to be able to do 10 things, right? And now you also have to do these things. And then I put into the next slide the things that get reviewed. These are the review criteria for an EPSCoR proposal. Okay, so there are 3 things. You need to be able to demonstrate your EPSCoR is going to result in impact to the jurisdictional needs and research capacity. You have to support diversity and a culture of inclusion. And I want to point out that culture of inclusion is different than diversity, all right? So diversity is diversity of all types, right? Diversity, gender, ethnic, institutional, geographic, that's diversity. Culture of inclusion is, well, when we think about large center proposals, culture of inclusion is like a team science kind of thing, right? So it's making everybody feel valued and they can make a contribution. And then you need to be able to demonstrate that You have a lot of project management and leadership skills to run an $8 million center, okay? The key point here is that the EPSCoR has a lot on its plate. It's got 10 potential cores. It's got to be the glue for everything in the state. It's got to do culture of inclusion. It's got to be aligned with EPSCoR goals, and it's got to have a robust project management. Okay, so think about that for a little bit. We'll talk about eRISE. eRISE is the thing that isn't COBRI, but it's research focused. So eRISEs have a topical focus, and they also have, the topical focus has to be identified with the S&T plan. So you'll hear S&T plan a couple of times, and we'll come back to that. And you need to be able to build a sustainable broad network again, of individuals, institutions, organizations, and that builds research capacity in a chosen field, okay? Now, the thing that isn't in this second major bullet is the word center, right? Those of us who have written Track-1s before, or engineering research center proposals, or AI institutes, or, I don't know, STCs, we sort of know what those things are, but this is an incubator, and an incubator is intrinsically a different thing than a research center, okay? Okay, so capacity building within a chosen topic. You also have the burden of, you also have the opportunity to work on a skilled workforce for that particular project. You're required to do DEIA, oh, no, not DEIA, DEA and again, culture of inclusion. You have to talk about sustainability. And then I think the thing that we've seen that's the most important is that you can't just pick any topic that you want. You have to lead with the idea that the topic that you've picked has incredible societal impact for your jurisdiction. Okay, so this is use-inspired research writ large at EPSCoR. Okay, so I pulled out again the review criteria for the eRISE. The first one is, are you aligned with our goals? The next one is, do you have a skilled workforce that is relevant to the project? So if you pick a topic area, then you're expected to build out the workforce to support that topic area. Again, diversity and culture of inclusion, sustainability, and then project management and leadership. Okay, so these things, some of them look the same as in the EPSCoR. The alignment with the EPSCoR goals is really important. And I'm more than happy to send the slides to anybody. There are no secrets here. Okay, but I want to point out that, again, there's diversity and culture of inclusion, and that has to be part of every activity. Okay, so that's EPSCoR and eRISE in a nutshell. And then I want to point out there are some other differences. And I think, given the individuals who are in the audience today, I think this is the slide that probably concerns a lot of you. In Rhode Island, you guys have STAC as your EPSCoR steering committee, right? And there is a new body that is required, and it could be STAC. It might not necessarily be STAC. STAC might be a subset of it. I have some thoughts about what that might look like. But the new thing is called the Jurisdictional Steering Committee. And the Jurisdictional Steering Committee has a lot of responsibilities. I don't really know how things were done in Rhode Island, but in a lot of EPSCoR jurisdictions, the EPSCoR Steering Committee meets once every 5 years, and they do two things. They approve the topic for the Track-1, and they approve the S&T plan, which has been specifically crafted for that particular proposal. I don't know if that's what happens in Rhode Island, but that's what happens. You know, the ensemble average of EPSCoR jurisdictions, that's more or less what happens. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, thanks, Jill. So now you need something called a Jurisdictional Steering Committee. The Jurisdictional Steering Committee has to do a couple of things. The first thing is that it needs to update the S&D plan on a regular basis. I don't really know what regular means. When you ask NSF program staff, they say, oh, every year, every other year, something like that. But what it means is that, according to solicitation, you as the Jurisdictional Steering Committee needs to be able to survey the landscape of the research ecosystem in the state and tweak or maybe rewrite the S&T plan on a regular basis. The next thing is the Jurisdictional Steering Committee is a partner with the EPSCoR. That partnership happens in two ways. The first way is that it needs to be constantly interacting with the EPSCoR. So the EPSCoR PI needs to meet with the JSC, describe what's going on, keep them informed. And then the other thing is that the JSC needs to have expertise in the topic area that the EPSCoR has cores in. So remember the EPSCoR, when I said it had 10 possible components. We can talk about why the number 10 is completely impossible, but whatever. Out of the 10 options that you have to stick into your EPSCoR, the Jurisdictional Steering Committee needs to be able to have expertise in them. So to put it bluntly, like if the EPSCoR has a K through 12 component in it, then you should probably have some K through 12 experts on the Jurisdictional Steering Committee. These things cost money. The Jurisdictional Steering Committee gets 5% of the EPSCoR budget, which is $100K, which is nowhere near enough money to do that amount of work. And then the one thing that the Jurisdictional Steering Committee doesn't get to do, that the EPSCoR Steering Committee did get to do, is the JSC does not have to bless the topics of the proposals coming out. The individual proposals need to be able to argue that they're aligned with the S&T plan, and from what we've seen from the reviews from the competition this first round, there are definitely people in the panel who are going through, looking through the S&T plan and what's being proposed and telling you that they're aligned. Okay.
Kelvin, can I ask a
Sure.
question? And this might be jumping the gun, muddying the water, so if you think it's better left held, just let me know. But I'm still so confused by the guidance or lack of guidance we've been given by NSF with regard to, how they're going to go forward if the jurisdiction has, for example, an E-RISE funded without an EPSCoR, and like how these pieces come together without an EPSCoR underpinning, an E-RISE. I don't know if you have thoughts about that or if it's too early to tell.
Okay, so I think the question, let me see if I got it right, is what is the strategy for a jurisdiction if there is no EPSCoR but the E-RISE is going to run?
Right, especially in terms of what the Jurisdictional Steering Committee's role is.
I think the snappy answer to your question is I don't think that's been planned. I think the Jurisdictional Steering Committee, their job is to make sure that the EPSCoR proposal that that every EPSCoR proposal that goes forward is coordinated across the jurisdiction and able to support any anticipated E-rises. So the JSC's role is much more active in managing the oversight of the research ecosystem within the jurisdiction, given the purview of what's funded by NSF EPSCoR. I think that's the strategy. Okay. Other questions? All right. So, more differences. This is something that Jeff remarked on earlier. So there are two other differences. One is that to submit an E-RISE, you either need an EPSCoR submission or an EPSCoR active, which is exactly what the point that Bethany brought up. And then the second difference is the one that Jeff mentioned earlier, which is instead of one monolithic award to the state of Rhode Island, you can now have, according to the letter of the solicitations, a submission from every eligible institution in the jurisdiction, each competition. That doesn't mean that they're going to be all awarded. It doesn't mean that any of them are going to be awarded. It doesn't mean that there's a cap on one per jurisdiction. They're clearly opening the gates to see what comes in. Okay, so what does that look like? I don't know what the steady state solution in Rhode Island looks like, but you do have 13 accredited degree granting institutions. There is one, on one end of the spectrum, there could be an EPSCoR and an E-RISE submission from each of these 13 institutions every competition. Okay. All right, so what have we learned? We have learned that an eCore and an eRISE is not a Track-1. The first thing is that the eCore, out of the things that you can support in an eCore, one of the things you're required to do is to have an administrative core. And that administrative core may or may not be the thing that you will use to support an EPSCoR office in the state. We have seen proposals in this first round, which was submitted in December and January, where the eCores tried to support the state office. We saw proposals where they didn't support the state office. We know of several state offices that are thinking of folding. So I think, you know, what you decide to do in Rhode Island is you will take, hopefully, the jurisdiction-wide approach and think about what the infrastructure needs are in the state. But all the eCores need to have an admin core in them. The other thing is that you need to be able to choose wisely what else happens in your eCore, and that's because $2 million is not a lot of money. Most of the proposals we saw coming through in the eCore had the admin core and maybe 2 other core ideas in them, but you can't do all 10. But that's an opportunity for the state of Rhode Island, right? So, for example, if the Jurisdictional Steering Committee identifies through the S&T plan a targeted buffet of, let's say, 8 things that need to be worked on, then a couple of them could go into an eCore from URI, a couple of them could go into an eCore from Brown, a couple of them could go into an eCore from Roger Williams. It could be whatever you want it to be, but I would say that the key piece here is that the Jurisdictional Steering Committee needs to be able to coordinate those efforts, right? So there needs to be some sort of jurisdiction-wide oversight. The next thing is that the eCores themselves have to be topic agnostic. And that's because one of the things the eCores do, if you remember that figure of the eCore being the center blob that connects the federal investments and the higher ed investments and the state investments, is that you need to be in a position where you can support all of those things, right? So having an eCore focused on a particular thing, let's say advanced materials, is not going to work because you wouldn't be in a position to support eRISEs and other investments across the jurisdiction. So eCores are supposed to be agnostic. Okay. The next thing we learned is that an eRISE is an incubator, not a research center. Okay, so your topic has to be aligned with something of national or global interest. You need to be able to support a high-quality hypothesis, and there's a societal impact driver that I mentioned earlier. The thing I want to mention about the eRISE as an incubator is the following. The eRISE is staged, right? It comes in 2 pieces. There's a 4-year piece and a 3-year piece. And that's because the eRISE is designed to build capacity and then execute on that capacity. So let's take a very concrete example. Let's say you write your eRISE with the eventual goal of being able to submit an engineering research center proposal at the end of 7 years. Okay. So in the first 4 years, so what you're, how do I say this part? The fantasy is you say, I'm going to submit an eRISE in 2031. Okay, in order to do that, we need to build core competencies among the faculty in Rhode Island in whatever the topic area is. I'm going to say advanced materials. Okay, so there are going to be a couple hires here, a couple hires there, right? We're going to build out all the components we need for an engineering research center. Convergent research, engineering workforce development, diversity and culture of inclusion, innovation ecosystem. All right, we have identified targets in each of those 4 areas, and we're going to build in those 4 areas in the first 4 years. Then when we go for our next phase, we're going to execute on that, right? We're going to be able to be in a position where the researchers are integrated with the engineering workforce development pieces, where there's real innovation ecosystem, and our folks who are doing material stuff are able to hand stuff off to the private sector components in the innovation ecosystem component. So the way to think about an eRISE is it's a really targeted build across the jurisdiction in a particular topic area. And I use the ERC example because of the societal impact piece, right? Because you need to be able to argue that the thing that you're building will actually impact the society. Okay, so our recommendations. Oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah, there's a social scientist required, right? So let's see. When you think about, can I just keep using the ERC fantasy? Okay. All right, so in the ERC fantasy, right, you're doing societally beneficial engineering projects, right? And the story that you tell is, here I was sitting in my office when the good people of the town of, I don't know, Providence came bursting through the door with their torches and pitchforks and said, I have this problem and you're the only person who can solve it, right? And so the thing that you come up with is some sort of disruptive technology, right? Some disruptive engineering technology. There's a societal component to that, right? Because the use-inspired piece has a social benefit driver, and the impacts of the things that you do need to be measured in a way that falls within the purview of social scientists. Okay? The disruptive nature of what you want to do needs to be measured and understood. And so if you're going to change the culture of a jurisdiction by building out research capacity in this, there's probably a societal interaction there. So the social scientist shows up. From our own perspective, we think that there are social scientists on the panel who are looking to make sure that the engagement with the social sciences is more than superficial.
So not evaluators, you're thinking?
I think an evaluator is the beginning of it, but I think there's a, how do I say this part? If you had two completely identical proposals, with the exception of one is the social scientist is stapled in as the evaluator, and one is the social scientist is involved with the research, right? Both in the co-development piece at the beginning, as well as the assessment piece at the end. This one wins, right?
But it's not pushing new research areas of the social scientists.
So it is not mandating that the topic of the ERISE be social science related. I think it's, I think it's any topic that's supported by NSF would be supported by the ERISE. And the way I should have phrased this on the slide is that participation by a social scientist is required. Okay? Thanks. All right. So recommendations. We really strongly recommend that you coordinate at the jurisdictional level. There is entirely a possibility that this becomes a free-for-all. All 13 institutions in the state decide to do their own thing. They all submit. I think that's a recipe for chaos and disaster. The other thing that we've learned is that you need to be able to map everything that you want to do through every activity through outputs, outcomes, and impacts. So you really need to be able to construct a strategic plan and a logic model for what you want to do. And then especially because NSF is rolling out this program and it's taking shape as we enter, right? So this is the building the plane as you're flying it thing. We really recommend that you talk to NSF program staff regularly. Getting their feedback on your ideas is probably really critical. All right, so I have one last slide. I was really trying to think about this. This is Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, right? 5 stages of grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance, right? We are here now. The boats are burned, Track-1 is gone, this is the new world. Accept it, be happy with it, and write those proposals. Okay, so I'm happy to take questions, thanks. No questions. Yeah.
I have one. There's a little bit of danger with, you have separate proposals, you want them coordinated at a jurisdiction or state level, but there is no promise of all of them, any of them, some number of them being awarded or not, and if they're dependent on each other, you have an issue if some don't get funded or not. So they need to be written in as a way that they're complementary but not dependent on each other, I would assume.
So that's a good question. There are a couple of ways of thinking about this. The first is the letter versus the spirit of the law. The letter of the solicitation says you can write them all. You can everybody in Rhode Island can write a proposal, submit them all. That could be 26. I think there are a couple of caveats. The first caveat is what the panel situation looks like, right? So you're a panelist, you show up for the E-Rise or the EPSCoR, let's just take EPSCoR, and you see 13 proposals from Rhode Island. Regardless of what the actual panel charge is, the panelists are going to start making rank lists, right? Even if you tell them, just tell me what the meritorious ones are, they're just going to do the sort, right? So intrinsically, from the very psychology of the panel, the proposals are in competition with each other. One of the reasons why I asked, the last thing I put on the last slide was that you should talk to NSF program staff regularly, is that in this most recent competition, we encouraged a team to talk to NSF program staff. And the NSF program officer, and this came from a jurisdiction where they submitted multiple, whatever, EPSCoRs or E-Rise is one of the two. And they were told, your proposal is not in competition with the proposal from another jurisdiction. It's in direct competition with the proposals within that jurisdiction. So, right? So letter versus spirit of the law. So I think the reason why you should encourage a jurisdiction-wide coordination effort is precisely to avoid this kind of interjurisdictional competition. I'll point out that under the rules, you can submit every year. So my suggestion is the state rally around a particular proposal from one institution, submit it that year, and then different topic, different institution the next year, right? That way you're not fighting amongst yourselves. And I'll point out that NSF program staff have pointed out repeatedly that the jurisdiction-wide coordination is necessary, right? Even though it's not required, it's probably the right strategy.
So that really points to that coordination should almost have a temporal aspect to it, right, through the years, right? I have a plan, and I'm going to start working here in this smaller group with these institutions, and then next year these groups are not complete, but then it builds on each other.
Right, exactly. So there is a roadmap in the jurisdiction for what EPSCoR or E-Rise submissions might look like that extends, let's say, 3 or 4 years out. I want to add one more thing, which is budget, right? So as you've noticed, if you add up the numbers for Track-1, which is $4 million a year for 5 years, and you add up the numbers for an EPSCoR and E-Rise, you almost get to $4 million. You get to like 3.75. Okay, so NSF EPSCoR has a limited annual budget. They can't fund 13 EPSCoR and E-Rise proposals out of Rhode Island, right? They sort of have room in their budget for funding one Track-1. So there's like a hard stop on the number of things that can actually go over the line. Okay, thanks.
Thanks so much, Kelvin. This is really helpful. Another piece to this in terms of jurisdictional planning, and of course, this is so new that we haven't seen it, but how to deal with, the queuing of decline proposals and resubmissions with new proposals in the pipeline, right? So, that's also tricky in terms of if something's reviewed pretty highly, it needs to be adjusted based on reviewer guidance. If it goes back in, it's going to be in direct competition with the new one that's spinning up.
I don't think that there was a question there.
Well, I guess in terms of the jurisdiction, how would a jurisdiction go about managing that?
Well, I think that's the job of the Jurisdictional Steering Committee. I think you, as the Chief Research Officer of URI, see this problem at a different scale every year with a limited submission, right? So, like, if you have MRIs that go in and some of them don't make it, then where do they sit in your priority list? I think that's a decision that the jurisdiction needs to make. Sorry, Jeff, I don't know how to do the relay here.
In terms of the jurisdictional planning committee, do we have that established in Rhode Island, or is that something we're going to do? And will all institutions who want to participate have a seat at the table?
That's not a question for me. It's a question, though. It's a question, sure.
I think we'll address it when we get to this staff piece in the next phase, so.
So for a proposal to be successful, what kind of commitments is required of institution in terms of space support, administrative support, or matching fund support?
Okay, so so two answers. The first answer is this is an NSF proposal. There is no mandated cost match in it, right? Because that becomes an influence on the review process and blah, 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 blah. So there's no cost share required. I'll point out that there was cost share required for the Track-1s, which was 20%. And when questioned about it, NSF EPSCoR has said that the cost share is coming back in the second phase of each of these things. So if you go in for the second phase of the EPSCoR, then there'll be a cost share. We don't know what that fraction will be. If you go in for the second phase of the ERISE, the building phase, there will be a cost share required. We don't know what that will be. There are a variety of stories about why the cost share was removed or not removed. I don't really know what to believe. But the cost share does not exist in the first phase of EPSCoR and ERISE. So the promises that you make are not mandated, and they can't be included as part of the competitive advantage of one proposal over the other. Right, sure. Okay. In some states, the cost share is broken up by institution. Some states have actual cash. Some states do it all in kind. I think it really depends.
Thank you. Can you speak to the new category of eligibility that's included in this mechanism, that being tribal nations and indigenous communities, and whether Rhode Island will have a successful proposal if we don't incorporate our partners in that respect? This is something that's new from Track-1 to EPSCoR and ERISE.
Right. I can tell you that in the, how do I say this part? I would highly encourage you to have as much institutional diversity as possible in the submissions for EPSCoR, given what we've seen happen this round. I think I can talk a little bit better in person on this, but I think the general statement is that institutional diversity is really important for the EPSCoR. It's probably important for everything, but it's particularly important for EPSCoR.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Kelvin. I think we're self-regulating because we had like a little bit of a coffee break before 11. So yeah, feel free. I think there's still coffee and fruit and stuff like that. Continue the discussions. Then at 11, we'll kick it off with the STAC update, I believe.
We're not going to get in trouble. We're going to get in trouble? There we go. Thank you. Okay, if we can start to read. Hello, testing. Okay, we're going to start getting back together as a group, I think. Maybe. So two of the main outcomes from today's event really is, one, to share information about this changing ecosystem at NSF, and also we feel it's happening at other funding agencies throughout the federal government, but we're focused on NSF today. But the other thing is really to get to know each other a little bit better and to start to think about forming some sort of research community network, so as we're called on to collaborate or to make decisions about some of the things that Kelvin was talking about and that we'll be talking about again today, that we're starting to form that network. And hopefully, knock on wood, URI did submit for an EPSCoR in the current round, and if that gets funded, then part of its charge is to see that that network can move forward and be supported so that we can all be involved jurisdiction-wide in what's happening. So, but knock on wood. And I wish I had known what Kelvin said today about 5 months ago. So a couple of things that got mentioned with Kelvin was the involvement of all the institutions across the state in a network, but then also we mentioned the Rhode Island Science and Technology Advisory Council, often called the STAC, here in Rhode Island. And so I just wanted to mention a few things about the current STAC, and then we have the two co-chairs of STAC here today, and they're going to talk with us about moving into this new ecosystem and how they see that moving forward with the STAC's involvement. So the State Advisory Council is housed right now at Rhode Island Commerce in Providence. They provide us with our state connection. The STAC was launched back in 2005, and it was given the charge, as you can see here, to do a couple of different things, but it also became the, as Jeff mentioned, sort of the executive committee for the Rhode Island NSF EPSCoR program. And so we go regularly to their meetings. We let them know what we're up to and how the money is being spent, and we involve them with our annual reporting process. So, and then I won't go over this because Kelvin did, but it's changing. What the STAC is being asked to do, or how it's moving into this brave new world. As Kelvin mentioned, there's more involved and there's more expectations that at least the EPSCoRs will be connected more regularly and more through staff activity with the STAC and what it's doing. The two main things that get mentioned in the solicitation about the Jurisdictional Committee for EPSCoR is to have one in place that's supporting jurisdiction-wide STEM research, and then also that the Science and Technology Plan be in place and approved by the jurisdiction, and that happens regularly. And in case you didn't know, on the event page for today, there was a link to the current Science and Technology Plan, and it is also located on the STAC website. The key component that really affects what we're doing is that this technology plan, current one, identifies 5 priority domains, what the state has recognized as this is where our research efforts should be going because it will affect the economic health of the state of Rhode Island. So life sciences, marine sciences, energy, advanced material, food innovation. And then it also recognizes that there are 5 competencies that need to be developed in order for those topical areas to really move forward and become world-class. So we look at, you can see them there. And those are all things that the EPSCoRs and ERISEs need to be aware of as they move forward. And certainly before the next Science and Technology Plan comes out, an ERISE would have to show clearly how it's connected to or advancing one of those 5 priority domains. And the EPSCoRs also should be looking at how those competencies are being increased since they are supporting the economic development and the research that will support it. So that's sort of where we're at right now. And now I would just like to turn the conversation about STAC, and you had some questions about the Jurisdictional Committee, to our 2 co-chairs who are here. One is Jill Pipher. She's from Brown University, VP for Research. And then Bethany Jenkins, who's here from URI, who's the interim VP for Research and Economic Development. Ladies? A mic for each of you.
Do some karaoke, Joe.
So as you'll see on the website, the current STAC membership doesn't represent every institution in the state. And so the STAC should be thought of as really an executive committee that will fill out membership of a jurisdictional steering committee for an EPSCoR and ERISE with external members, and that will represent more broadly the state institutions when these grants are funded. So this is still for us a work in progress, because we had to work pretty fast to get an EPSCoR and an ERISE proposal in on the first round. There was just a few months, I think, to figure it all out. But STAC has been responsible for creating and updating the science and technology plan for the last, 15 years. And so, it was natural. And the most recent update was 2021 to support the previous program, Track-1 proposal. But so it seemed quite natural to involve STAC as an executive committee for this, but the current membership, as I said, doesn't reflect all of the potential membership for a jurisdictional steering committee for future EPSCoRs and ERISEs. Steph, what would you like to add to?
Yeah, so Howard, could you go down to the end of that website where you see Kalina and Lisa? So first of all, I think the vision that we've been discussing it with STAC is that, again, STAC will serve as sort of this liaison and executive committee, but that we really do need to stand up a jurisdictional steering committee that's inclusive but separate of some of the STAC memberships, so that all institutions, communities, the people that, that our stakeholders are broadly represented for this new program. And as Jill mentioned, this, has been taken us time to kind of even digest sort of what was expected of this new program. But the key members and the key staff from Rhode Island Commerce that's been supporting the EPSCoR jurisdiction process for many years are Kalina Harrington and Lisa Carnevale. And so they're the sort of staff point of contacts for anyone that might want to be involved. And so I think the next steps are, Jill and I routinely meet with STAC, but the next steps are really to truly develop this broader jurisdictional steering committee and have dialogue between that jurisdictional steering committee and updates to the S&T plan. And so it's time for that S&T plan to be updated, but it needs to be updated in light of where institutions and where our jurisdiction wants to go in terms of planning the future for these EPSCoR, ERISE proposals, so that there's that alignment and real dialogue. It's not that the state waves its magic wand and from on high decides its science and technology plan. This should be a bottom-up process. And so part of the goal for today is to really encourage that bottom-up process.
And to go back to a point that Kelvin was making about multiple proposals, the jurisdictional steering committee is not a gatekeeper on proposals. They're not there to approve. So truly any proposal that bubbles up can be submitted. Nevertheless, in reality, we're going to be stronger if we create proposals that have multiple institutions represented, and that's truly the goal. The goal is to really make a network, have multiple institutions represented. If not as co-PIs, like our EPSCoR had co-PIs from 5 institutions, which 5 was the limit, but at least representation in terms of the work to be done, the impact on that institution, and on that institution's ability to create more robust research infrastructure in the state. So that's really what this is looking for and what we're trying to support.
Yeah, and I think to that end, that one thing we thought we could do at this time, because this is really a kind of an opening for kind of moving forward with STAC, is really to go around the room and have people introduce themselves, what institution you're from, maybe even if you've got an idea for something that you think should be a priority for a state or a target for an EPSCoR, ERISE. I wouldn't hold back, and I think those conversations will be evolving, throughout the day. But we one of the things we really want to do is start building this network. So I might start with you, Linda, and then we can just pass around your.
Hi, I'm Linda Abriola. I'm a professor in the School of Engineering at Brown University. I work in environmental engineering. I'm interested in the transport and fate of contaminants and their public health implications. And so that's the space that I operate in.
I'm Addie Clark. I'm a professor at Providence College, and my research is in organic contaminants in atmospheric particulate matter.
I'm Elizabeth Arevalo from Providence College too. I'm in the Department of Biology, but I'm representing the School of Arts and Science Dean's Office.
Hi, I'm Chris Monahan. I'm the Senior Director of Sponsored Research at Providence College.
So while you're, okay, so I'm still, good morning. I'm Edel Minogue, and I lead the Office of Research Strategy and Development at Brown University. I work very closely with Jill.
Hi, I'm Jen Bissonette. I'm the Interim Director of the Nature Lab up at Rhode Island School of Design, and I would love to work with people on an e-rise with advanced materials, particularly around sustainable green chemistry materials as the start of the pipeline of a lot of the problems that the research is trying to address downstream.
Hi, Michelle Wood, Salve Regina University, controller, so I'm the post-award side.
Hi, Dan Roxbury. I'm Associate Professor of Chemical Engineering. I'm leading the e-rise that is pending right now. I'm going to talk about it in the afternoon today.
Hi, Darlene Norray, New England Institute of Technology. I'm an assistant provost overseeing the health sciences. So working with, K through 12 workforce sustainability for better healthcare initiatives.
Hi, Amy Grabowski, Vice President of Community Relations at New England Tech, focused on workforce development and our K-16 partnerships.
Good morning. My name is Elin, and I'm the Director for the Coastal Institute here at URI, and I lead the EPSCoR proposal that's just pending.
Good morning. Daniel O'Neill, Community College of Rhode Island, Art and Design Department, interested in visualizations and science communication.
Jason Gomez, the Chief Technology Officer at Naval Undersea Warfare Center in Newport, Rhode Island. So we're interested in all the undersea technologies that underpin a lot of stuff, acoustic, sonar, energy, power, hydrodynamics, and we have folks that work from basic and applied research is what my office puts our arms around. We do partnerships with industry, partnerships with academia, but we would be a place for folks to come work afterwards also.
Hi, I'm Kristen Fournier from CCRI. I'm the Director of Sponsored Projects.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rob Griffin. I'm the Dean of Engineering, Computing, and Construction Management at Roger Williams University.
Hello, it's Ahmet Akasman. I am an assistant professor at Department of Engineering at Roger Williams University. I mostly do research on ultra-fast fiber lasers and terrors, sensors on chemical and biomedical applications.
Hello, I'm Peter Wong. I'm Director of Research and Sponsored Programs at Roger Williams University.
Hi, good morning. My name is Neil Veloso. I'm with Brown University and the Office of Technology Innovation. We handle patents, intellectual property, and startups for the university. I find this, very interesting, particularly with opportunities for economic development through the creation of new companies emanating from this research, and would be glad to work with anyone in this room around that.
Hi, my name is Gang Xiao, Professor of Physics from Brown University. My research is to develop quantum materials and sensors for applications in detecting brainwaves, and also for inspection of quantum computing superconducting electronics chips.
I'm Joyce Botello. I'm the Senior Research Development Officer at Salve Regina University. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Okay. So my name is Bernard Munge, Professor of Chemistry at Salve Regina University, and my research interest is in development of biosensors for various applications using nanotechnology.
Oh, hi, I'm Soraya Sundberg. I'm the Grants and Contracts Specialist at Rhode Island College.
Good morning, I'm Margaret Manning. I manage internal seed funding programs for Brown University's Office of Research Strategy and Development. I'm part of the team that works with Adele. And I also manage the limited submission process university-wide. And I would say obviously, these two opportunities are limited and vie in complexity with only NIH COBRI. I mean, the limited submission landscape gets more and more intricate and nuanced. So that's why I'm here. Thank you.
And we all know Kelvin. Jeff?
Hi, everybody. I'm Jim Lemire. I'm an adjunct professor of biology at Roger Williams University, as well as the undergraduate research coordinator for Rhode Island EPSCoR. As Jeff mentioned earlier, I've been part of EPSCoR almost since the beginning, one of the longest tenured members of it, running the SURF program every year. So I definitely want to talk to folks about how we can integrate workforce development and undergraduate research into any potential plans. Thanks.
And I'm Sean Kirby. I'm the Communications and Outreach Coordinator for EPSCoR. And I've been here since the beginning of CAIM, and interesting to see what eCore and eRise bring.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, everybody, for taking some time to introduce yourselves. I think we can already see some nice commonalities in terms of research interests and potential for building networks. And I think that you know, the sort of call to action is really to form a really robust representative jurisdictional steering committee that should have at least all the institutions in this room represented in addition. So I would suggest, you know, those of you that are here representing your institutions to really think about who you'd want to sit on that committee if they're already not on the main committee of STAC. So if your institution doesn't have a seat on STAC or a direct STAC liaison, please reach out to Kalina and Lisa and copying Jill and I in with suggestions for who could be on that jurisdictional steering committee so we can move this forward.
Great, and now you all know who to talk to and find after after you're hearing some of these introductions. I'm sure there's people and ideas that you're interested in. But before that, are there any? Did you have anything else to? Yeah. So, do you have any particular questions? Not that we'd necessarily be able to answer them, but we'll certainly give it a try. As you can see, this is all still very much a work in progress, and we need all of your ideas and input for that. Margaret.
Until there is a jurisdictional steering committee, is STAC tracking all of the eCore and eRise proposals that are pending?
Yes, as the executive committee for the jurisdiction, yes, they would be tracking this and also, you know, working in the very near future to update the science and technology plan, which needs to be updated every 5 years in any case. So yes, they'll be tracking. And again, there's only 2 proposals that went in. The first round of solicitation came up very quickly, and you know, 5 institutions partnered to put in an eCore, eRise. But there's, you know, this is going to be an annual solicitation. So going forward, you know, we want to help. STAC will be helping to coordinate efforts and bring other institutions into proposals. So yes, it will be, that's the sort of executive committee that will be doing some of this work.
Thank you.
Bethany, anything to add to that?
No, I think this will also make a little more sense in terms of when you actually hear more that later today about the proposals that are currently pending. And I think the other thing I really want to encourage, I think we'll have some breathing room in our schedule, unlike a lot of meetings. And I think, I just really want to plug, Jeff and the current EPSCoR staff. I mean, they're housed here at URI, but they're here to serve all of us. And I think the goal for these workshops is to underpin the statewide, interest in this, and for us to be able to share lessons learned and expertise and support proposals. So, if your institution is really, really keen on leading something, and the idea is something that we can really gather around as a state, we have a lot of expertise that we can offer to help support that. So that's part of this is, in true, capacity building for EPSCoR. Our goal is to build a community and support that community, not just to support certain proposals and not others. So, particularly those of you that are from, PUIs are really thinking about ways, we can collectively, as Neil so eloquently offered, we all have different institutional strengths. We can bring those to bear on a statewide proposal and help each other.
And given that the focus is on use-inspired research, right, we're going to need the input and contributions from every institution that's involved in workforce development and technology. And so I think that there's opportunities here for really great collaborations across the state, and that we're really poised to take advantage of those.
So I'm just kind of curious, this is Jeff back here. I don't know, get the temperature in the room, so to speak. I mean, how many people are seriously considering EPSCoR or ERISE proposals from your institutions? So we've got PC, Roger Williams, Salve, okay. Okay, I'm sure URI and Brown are considering additional ones too. Okay. Where are you in the process? Are you still at what is the jurisdictional steering committee? How do we begin to navigate this? How do we identify partners or capabilities across institutions? Yeah, Chris.
I would say we're thinking at the very early stages of where we plug in, especially I think as the PUIs, I'm going to just speak, as a group, and they can chime in terms of how we might lead something around undergraduate education and undergraduate training, whether the PUIs come together and maybe focus on something on undergraduate training, since that's where we focus, and perhaps even the K-12 outreach component too, those two things being in an EPSCoR. That's just sort of one idea.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think that's a really interesting idea and focus to pursue here.
I mean, you think about like integration, right, statewide efforts, and then other EPSCoR and ERISE proposals. Does that then develop a pipeline of students into your institutions for graduate programs, but also other institutions in the state? That would be the connection. Yeah.
And especially if we're talking about training in STEM and around technology, right? This is a national need for a pipeline of workforce in this area. So this might be extremely appealing.
And I would imagine a clearinghouse. So we have CORS RI, right? That'll tell you the instrumentation that's available out there. Microscopes, spectrometers, chromatographs, et cetera. There's some other things as well. I think a similar type of a clearinghouse for programs, specializations, and activities. I'll kind of highlight RISD with Visathon and the Nature Lab. The NSF director was here visiting a year ago, and that really got his attention. And I heard from CCRI, our colleague here too. That's pretty cool. So that's an example of something that RISD's built, that the Track-1 has built with RISD, that now we have a CCRI colleague who's interested as well in science communication and arts and design. That's kind of a neat marriage there. So there's an example of a unique capability that maybe the state decides they need to continue to build capacity within. And maybe it plugs into, a K through 12 and undergraduate pipeline, because that's an important skill set for addressing societal impacts and, ERISE topics A, B, and C. But there's more examples, of the Visathon, of the RISD Nature Lab example. I mean, at URI, we have phenomenal cryogenic electron microscopy facilities for kind of bioimaging at the atomic and nanoscale. So, Salve, I'm aware of a lot of electrochemistry work that's been going on for quite some time. So from the sensor side of things, Brown's got a few, too many to list right now.
One thing that's changing at NSF is they're putting the phrase use-inspired research. I think faculty, staff, and other people in our organizations need to have a clear understanding what that is and understanding everything from technology transfer to patenting to starting company formations, how to get that to industry, what counts as plus in terms of economic development. So these are things that we need to build capacity with our researchers on what that is.
I have a question. So the STAC has provided seed grants to the Track-1 for a long time. And now with multiple rises going in, how do you foresee the splitting of that money, splitting of those seed grants? Will it be a statewide competition, or is each E-Rise allotted a certain amount, something like that?
And maybe I'd add to that, so it's not required by NSF like it was for the Track-1 program, at least not in the first phase. It sounds like in the second phase, the 4-year for the core or the 3-year for the rise, it then will be to an undetermined, I think at this point, level, percentage. So.
Right. It's an amount in each proposal, and so how this how this actually plays out sort of depends on the parameters set within the proposal, what they're looking for, and so forth. So.
So we have to be very careful not to mention any external funding from STAC. There can't be any talk about a match or anything in the first 4 years of the E-Rise. I was told that very clearly by the program officer. So we mentioned that we're going to conduct this project kind of synergistically, but we don't talk about any budgetary numbers in the rise, and we just have to be very careful about that.
Right, because that's cost sharing, and this is NSF,
Exactly.
and NSF prohibits cost sharing. Mm-hmm.
So I guess informally, we should kind of figure that out as a jurisdiction, how that's going to be handled.
Yeah, and I just really want to give credit to Jeff, who worked very closely with Rhode Island Commerce to not lose that match, right? If we start losing our state investment, the dollars for the proposals and the impact goes down. And so with the Track-1, we had this competitive grants program that was available to all. And I think, Dan, to your point, it may have to just be a discussion amongst, maybe it's an open call and you have to just align with, if there's multiple E-Rises, just themes and, they get maybe the selection committee, we just have an open call. I think, again, this jurisdictional steering committee could inform that. But I think the important piece is to be letting Rhode Island Commerce know how important the state investment is, because it supplements in a major way, particularly for undergraduate research experiences. These are, grants that are seed monies, go to early career faculty, impact undergraduate research, that they've, it's a line item in Rhode Island's budget that we do not want to lose, because we end up getting less done with even less money from NSF, so it's super important.
Yeah, and they require interinstitutional collaboration.
That's right.
Right, so it builds up research across institutions in the state.
I think we're a little ahead of schedule. We have a networking lunch, and it looks like said networking lunch has arrived. So I think we, if people don't have any more formal things they want to discuss with everybody, Kelvin is here for questions. certainly the leads of our Track-1 and encourage people to grab some food and use the time to chat. Yeah, Elin.
It might be good to know when we network, when are the next deadlines? You know, what, because we said that they're going to come once a year, but I think the next one is within a year of. So I think we need to get started soon, right? If we're going to go for those.
So Jeff, you experience as PI for this effort. How important is industrial partnership? We've been talking about institutional effort, but is that very important for these two programs?
I think it depends on the nature of the project and the potential for translation and kind of what your goals are for that technology, that research to move forward. I would say broadly, yes. I think NSF wants to see all relevant stakeholders at the table, particularly in these new mechanisms, in this landscape of use-inspired societal impact, particularly. I think it's very important. Within our Track-1, there was not a significant industry component to it. We worked a bit with DEM and a few other agencies on kind of environmental monitoring side of it. We didn't really go down the pathway of materials or sensor companies. We did have interactions. We did attend events where there was networking and engagement with companies that do that work. But we didn't quite bring them in as like formal partners who would coach projects towards commercialization or anything like that. But I would say, yes, definitely, particularly important though, depending on the nature of the technology.
Follow-up question, would those companies have to be within Rhode Island or can they be external to the state?
Kelvin might have a good read on this. I mean, my sense would be because you're trying to build capacity in the workforce to support efforts within your state, it'd be wonderful if they were here. I think NSF, although, would also welcome companies that have a national impact, including the state, and hire people from the state. That would be my read on it.
So I have a couple of responses. The first is the workforce, what we're seeing is that the workforce development expectations involving the private sector are more robust than they are for the Track-1s. So this is for the EPSCoRs that are getting reviews back currently. The second is the edict out of NSF EPSCoR, the one rule is that you cannot spend EPSCoR dollars in non-EPSCoR jurisdictions. But if the partner is, so let's say there's a partner that's not in Rhode Island or not in an EPSCoR jurisdiction, but that private sector company is able to create opportunities for your participants, then I think that would be great. But you can't, there can't be like a budget line item for somebody in, let's say, Connecticut or Massachusetts.
I have a quick follow-up question. You said the proposals are under review now. So in order to preserve everybody in the state's eligibility to submit an E-Rise in August, we need to make sure there's a pending or funded EPSCoR at the time. So will those EPSCoRs that went in December know by July whether it's gone in, or do we have a queue of other institutions who are going to definitely be targeting the July EPSCoR date, so there's at least one proposal statewide pending?
Kelvin has an idea of when we should know.
My understanding is, so I guess I have an understanding and I have a recommendation. The understanding is that EPSCoR announcements will be made officially the week before the project director's meeting in May. So let's say mid-May. All the EPSCoRs ought to know. My recommendation is, of course, that there be an EPSCoR proposal out of Rhode Island for the summer competition.
Summer, I think it's June and July deadlines, right? June, is that correct?
July and August.
July for the core, August for the rise.
It does get really confusing because if we're hedging our bets, right, like I know your E-Rise is dependent on our EPSCoR, and if our EPSCoR doesn't go through, then the next submission has to cover the same stuff that our EPSCoR did so that it can support you guys. So how does that get navigated?
Yes, it is confusing, and I don't think we've gotten really clear guidance on how NSF is going to handle that, but the E-Rise proposal is submitted independently and has some infrastructure in it as well to support it. So whether, if an EPSCoR was declined, would the E-Rise go forward? I don't think we know the answer to that. There's just no clear guidance on that.
Yeah, and I think also the pending EPSCoR, if for some really unfortunate reason it ends up being declined, the reviews might be telling of that could be modified and quickly turned around, for the July competition, or, if there's more substantive concerns, they may be more difficult to address and something else should be in the queue. I mean, I think this is really challenging to conceptualize.
But the current state of both proposals is that they are independent, and there is enough infrastructure built into E-Rise that it could be able to, go on its own without having the statewide support and development that is involved in the EPSCoR. We don't know how this is going to play out yet.
I'm just wondering about awareness or leveraging of the big economic development, the blue economy proposal, and I forget the name, it's changed a couple times. Yeah, about that just got submitted, I don't know, a month or two ago. I don't know the timeline of that, but it's a lot of these same organizations, and again, they probably can't be intertwined, but they definitely should be aware of each other and take advantage of each other, I would think.
Yeah, so we're also waiting to hear about the EDA Tech Hub proposal that was led by Commerce, but involved a lot of partnership with Brown, URI, others, and industry, and so forth. So this if that goes through, that would certainly support and bolster, other potential proposals that come out of it. But again, it's from Commerce, not NSF, so I don't know how much crosstalk there is there. Maybe Kelvin actually has some more insights on how the Tech Hub and Commerce-led proposals interact with this new EPSCoR program, but I don't really have any ideas myself.
Do you know anything?
The only thing I'd say is that there's a strong correlation between the Tech Hub and regional innovation engines, right? But there's no direct coupling to the EPSCoR efforts as we've seen them.
But there's a lot of obvious mutual support that they could give to one another. Yeah.
The RISE piece said, this is an incubator, right? So research incubator piece, which a Tech Hub would be a great facility for engine to help with that.
Yeah, I could imagine spinning a RISE proposal that would build upon what's happening in the EDA Tech Hub if that was granted. So yeah, that would be great for the state.
Internally, they're aware of each other. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
Our EPSCoR, Joe and Bethany, worked quite a bit with other faculty and staff and experts that have been part of the EPSCoR community that were also attending EDA proposal meetings and stuff like that. So there is that interaction. And we competed twice unsuccessfully for the Track-1 to keep that going before they disbanded the programs. A bit of a bitter pill to swallow, but in the proposal,
Especially with the very good, excellent reviews that you got from that proposal.
We actually mentioned it in the proposal that there was a pending EDA grant kind of related to the marine technologies, plastics, and alternative materials, and things like that. It was in the proposal, so we did make that connection within our NSF Track-1 proposal. I'm not sure if that was made in core or Horizon. So it was in the core. Yeah, so it's there.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, the EDA Tech Hub proposal is a sort of umbrella that contains different, multiple mini proposals within it, each of which has a particular focus, whether it's workforce development or undersea technology or focused on fundamental research that is translatable in universities. So Bethany and I worked on a university consortium proposal for this, and so these individual proposals will be judged separately. And again, we're still a little unclear how this works. Does the umbrella need to be picked and then the individual one? So it's a little bit similar and just as confusing, yes.
Since you mentioned the ocean sciences, there's also the life sciences sort of hub that's being created in the Greater Providence area, and the new quasi-public organization overseeing that. I just see that also as something that people could consider connecting in with, and I think that would give a lot of support to proposals in that area as well.
Yeah, that's thanks for mentioning that. So there's, I guess it's $45 million in the state bond budget for life sciences in Rhode Island, and there's a steering committee now that's been approved now by the governor, and so now this is to support to build up a thriving ecosystem and economy in medicine, public health, biotech. So this will be interesting to see how that develops and how institutions and entities around the state can leverage that in proposals like this. So that's a really good point. Thanks for that.
This discussion, I think, is a nice demonstration of how a strong jurisdictional steering committee with a broad view of everything that's going on statewide can help, right? They're aware of EDA proposals, they're aware of, and they are now, STAC certainly is, but additional things that happen. So that way when PC wants to do a workforce development, say, hey, we got a pending EDA that has a workforce development component, let's find that synergy.
Sorry.
Oh, I put on my instructor voice. Well, now I'm kind of done, but I just wanted to give that as a good example of, the jurisdictional steering committee having wide knowledge of things that are going on within the state so that they can help inform and create partnerships around EPSCoR and ERISE. Yeah, NOAA climate change as well that I guess is pending.
Yeah, and I should mention that's being led by, there's a large climate change proposal that's being led by Rhode Island DEM that also has a university consortium piece for the kind of work that we do that informs the, trains the workforce and informs the research that DEM is doing in the state. So, I think our institutions of higher education play critical roles in the state economy, and we are really highly networked, and we should really be taking advantage of those, the the geographical proximity, a lot of networks that already happen to be really competitive for these EPSCoR calls.
Well, I guess, you know, for kind of openness, there are plans, they're not yet confirmed, for, as mentioned, you know, continued support from STAC as we transition, you know, between the Track-1, which is current, and these new mechanisms in providing support for the collaborative grants program. So we're kind of waiting to hear some of the details on that, but I think there's a hope, a bit of an expectation that a call for proposals will be rolled out. I don't know the exact amount. In years past, it was $380K in direct funds, so there's no indirect tied to these STAC proposals, collaborative grants. We've toyed with the idea of perhaps changing the scope and making them planning grants for core and RISE proposals. You know, would that be helpful to start to build these partnerships? So I guess maybe plant that seed, and you know, hopefully we'll be able to give you some more concrete information here, well, as soon as we know it.
All right, I guess we can, looks like, adjourn for a nice lunch.
We've set up about an hour for lunch, because our hope is that now that you've got to know each other a little bit, that maybe you know, I know like Roger and we are sitting together, Brown is sitting together, Providence College is sitting together, CCRI sitting, you know, maybe we can mix it up a little bit over lunch, get to know each other, think about collaborations, but just whatever you want to do. But enjoy lunch and enjoy each other's company. And we'll be back at 1. Thank you.
That might be fun.
I just wanted to let you know we have about 8 minutes before we are going to continue with the program. So 8 minutes, finish your brownies. Okay, everyone, we're going to start getting ready for afternoon. We have some exciting So as we all get back to where we're gonna, I can't whistle. That's a pretty bad whistle. So this afternoon we have really two things that we're going to go through. One is we're going to have the PIs or proposed PIs of the two proposals that have gone in to NSF. From URI, just to give a very specific understanding of what went into what one of these proposals ends up looking like and what went into it, and hopefully that'll generate for you some more specific questions about, how could I do this, or how would this look at my institution, or if I was collaborating with someone, how would that work out? And then we're going to have a breakout session where we can hopefully pull together things, again, from your perspective, that will help you to submit proposals in the future. But before I introduce our next speaker, I just wanted to ask, I had a couple people ask me over the break if I'd be willing to share people's contact information with everybody so that if conversations that got started want to continue, is that all right with people? I'm seeing generally yeses, so I'll do that, but if you individually would prefer not, for that not to happen, then please just grab me before the end of the session. So we're gonna move on and talk about, look at one example of an EPSCoR that was submitted through URI, and then we'll look at an example of an ERISE. So our EPSCoR presentation is, was led by Dr. Torell from GSO, so I'm going to let her come up and just lead off with her. You can stand over here, or you could walk around, and here are your slides.
Thank you. So I think we've already gone over several times this morning about what the EPSCoR is about, but so I was completely new to EPSCoR when I started working on this proposal. I've been at URI for over 20 years now, but working with the Coastal Resources Center and the Coastal Institute, my credentials was that I've led a lot of very large proposals in the past, so I was used to kind of that coordination, but I think we felt that at the time of writing the EPSCoR that it was good to get some new blood and leadership in, somebody who could kind of re-energize. But where I was really lucky is that then I had Howard and all the other, I mean, Jennifer and Jim, all the people who have been working on, and even Joe, you were very helpful actually from PC, people who have been working on EPSCoR for a long time that really supported me behind the scenes. So I'm going to talk about how we put the proposal together and what kind of course we selected. So as Kelvin mentioned, when you get you look at the solicitation, it's like you have a smorgasbord of options here. You can pick all these different cores. Well, you have to have an admin core, but then you could do all these different cores like research support, community engagement, economic development, and then it also says, or you can just design your own core. You know, you could really come up with whatever you want to do, but you need to look at the needs of the state, and then you have to really justify why you picked what you picked. So we designed our project, and it's called the Rhode Island Network for Excellence in Science and Technology. And at first, when we started looking at this, we were thinking maybe we should do a core that's focusing on the blue economy or something, like more focused. But we talked to the NSF program officer who said, absolutely not. You cannot have a research focus for your EPSCoR. It has to be open to any field that's a priority for your jurisdiction. And that's, I don't know if it was Kelvin or somebody else said that everything has to be sort of, it needs to be connected through like a strategic framework of some sort, where you look at what are the issues, sort of the weaknesses, the barriers, and what are the strengths of your state. So so I was delving, and I know other people on the team were helping. Well, we were looking at the S&T plan, any kind of strategic plan that the state had, and trying to figure out what's the state saying about what kind of weaknesses do we have. So some of the things that we saw, that maybe that there's a lack of diversity in the S&T field. Said we have a lack of high caliber technical talent. I don't know if that's completely true, but that was one thing that was said. A lack of connection between research people and industry, and a lack of access to shared data. So okay, those may be some things we can help support. And then we thought, well, what are the building blocks that Rhode Island has? It's a really small state. I mean, look at this, we're all in the room today. Like, you have this 13 groups, we're all in driving distance to come to a meeting. It's really great. So it's easy to network. We have a history of industrial leadership and innovation. We have unique strengths in S&T. The ocean, energy, life sciences. We have diversity programs and partners. We have multiple of these hubs and innovation centers. Like some of them are, like the tech hub is still in development, but there's a lot brewing in Rhode Island, a lot of opportunities with things we can connect with. And then we have great communications and visualization capacity through RISD and Brown. So all this combined said, well, what course could we pick? So we said, well, let's do the workforce development core, because that can help us broaden pathways to higher ed jobs, can broaden use-inspired research, and increase our research competitiveness. And then we made up a core that was not on the list that we call a partnership core. And we thought that one would be great because we can help seed like use-inspired research partnerships and, again, increase competitiveness. And then we felt that it would be great to have a science communications core to make S&T more available and really make sure that the research that we do is communicated and used. So this was our strategic framework for the RI Nest. And then I don't really have to go over the indicators so much, but what you have to show in your proposals, like what impacts do you think you're going to achieve with your course? So in our workforce development core, we're looking at how many minoritized undergraduates get a chance to engage in research, how many of our students enter grad school, but also things like how many individuals are submitting and getting proposals, how many PUI faculty are engaged in research proposals. So these indicators are not about doing the research, it's more about building the research capacity. And then for the partnership core, we're looking at creating and seeding innovations and partnerships, like developing end-user-driven research. And for the science communication, it's like about inclusive science, events, visitons, and so forth. This is the chart of the organization of our RI Nest. So I'm the PI, but I have Jill and Bethany as my mentors and co-investigators. And it's great because they are on the STAC. And so I think we will be reporting and working with the STAC. And then we have what we call our admin core, which is basically Howard as the program manager and myself and BJ and Sean. It's like the people who work and live and breathe EPSCoR every day. And then we have different leads for the workforce development and the partnership and the science communications core. And I mean, we have not won this yet, so, fingers crossed that we will win, but I think it's key to show that it's not just one organization. So a lot of us are coming from URI and the management of this, but we need to show that we provide opportunities and leadership also to our partners. So, we have Roger Williams is a key part of the workforce development core, and so is Rick. And for the partnership core, we have, again, Rick and Brown, and for science communication, we have RISD and Brown. That's, so we were trying to show how these cores, it's not just led by one group, but they're integrated within the partnerships. So we have in the cores and what we call the management entity, where the partners that are sub-awardees in this award, if we get it. But then we also have what we call network collaborators and sort of jurisdictional network partners. So for the network partners, that would be like state agencies and different hubs and industry and so forth. They would be sort of in our network partners. And then the collaborators are really all 13 institutions for higher education in Rhode Island. So when we, after 4 years, are measured to see if we're successful, we need to show that we've reached at least most of these groups. So we need to make, even though PC was not a sub-awardee in the proposal. We need to reach PC. We need to provide some benefit for you. The same to Salve Regina, same to the Naval War College. So, you know, we have to figure out how we're going to do that, but I think STAC will be an important member, and we have to figure out how we build a productive network. So this is just, I just put out what the outline was for the proposal, because it just follows. So if you develop an EPSCoR proposal, you would have to basically follow the same outline. So you have to start by having explain what your jurisdiction looks like. You know, what are the strengths and challenges? What's your vision? How are you going to reach sustainability? That's another really important piece. You kind of have to show them how you're going to work yourself out of a job in this. You can't be expected to just get funded to have an EPSCoR forever. How are you going to have broader impact? Then the bulk is in the strategic plan, which is outlining your cores. And then at the end, you have your leadership and organizational team. So I think that's all I had for the presentation. So I'm happy to take questions.
Do people want to ask questions now, or wait till after we hear about the E-Rise? Maybe we could hear the E-Rise first,
Okay.
and then
Cool. Hi, everyone, again. So I'll take you through what I've learned in putting together this E-Rise that we submitted in January. As an overview, again, the split between the Track-1, the E-Rise, and the EPSCoR, it's not, if you add the two together, it's not exactly what you get for the Track-1, so we had to deal with that. But, you know, in this case, this is kind of the delineation between the Rise and the core, as what I've been told initially. You see that you have, you know, workforce development, broadening participation, various partnerships, but the E-Rise should be very topical, so research topic specific, and it has to satisfy the jurisdictional science and technology needs, so as defined by the S&T plan. Okay, so I'll specifically talk about the E-Rise. So we were told that there's 6 key elements of an E-Rise. I bolded the terms that have been told to me multiple times by multiple program officers, so everyone knows that. So building a jurisdiction-wide network of individuals, institutions, organizations to develop high-quality research aligned with jurisdictional scientific priority areas and the EPSCoR mission and goals. All right. So the Rhode Island S&T plan is available. You could download that online, so I read that a couple times. And made sure we were aligned with our project. Number 2, incorporation of, this is the DEACI, a new acronym to me, diversity, equity, access, and culture of inclusion. They were very specific. You have to include at least 1 PUI and or MSI, minority serving institution in that case. We ended up including 2 PUIs on our E-Rise. I'll go through actually who was involved. Yeah, so number 3, development of skilled workforce that is relevant to the project. And again, this was emphasized to me multiple times and its outcomes. So relevant to our project, I'm going to talk about our project. It was involving microplastics. So the workforce had to involve anything related to plastics. Incorporation of use-inspired perspectives. This was drilled into my head. Use-inspired perspectives and societal impacts. I've heard this so many times from these EPSCoR program officers. I'll talk more about what we did to satisfy that need. Building a pathway of sustainability. They want to see that this project is going to continue after the 4 or 7 years of funding, and we did that in multiple ways with our ERISE. And then development of a continual improvement cycle. I'll get into what that means exactly, but they want to see how this project can change over the course of 4 years or 7 years. All right. So in terms of the actual, proposal, there was a project description. They gave us this outline, 20 pages, which sounds like a lot, but it's actually not. We had to do so much cutting to try to get all of this in there, and make sure everything was adequately explained here. But there's the standard kind of overview vision, workforce development, jurisdictional impact. So that's from the Track-1, we had a lot of past experience to go by there. Sustainability, execution, planning, assessment, a separate section. So they wanted to see our strategic plan, how we're going to roadmap this project to make sure we accomplish our goals. Evaluation plan, we had to have external evaluators. We had to pay external evaluators to evaluate our project. Organization management, we had our leadership team. We talked about our institutional configuration, diversity and culture of inclusion, and then results from prior support at the end. Okay, so our specific ERISE, we are motivated by a couple different things within Rhode Island. So microplastics, I think everyone hopefully has heard of these by now. They are ubiquitous. They're found everywhere in all of us, in all coastal ecosystems. So that's going to be our priority for this particular research. We were motivated by a couple recent studies out of URI showing microplastics by the thousands of tons in the Narragansett Bay. So obviously very pressing need to figure out what kind of impacts these microplastics are going to have, on various organisms in the coastal ecosystem all the way up to human health. Also, you may have seen recently, there's been a lot of press on this, that microplastics are in all water, especially bottled water. So, very timely in terms of our research theme here. Okay. So what we came up with is this socio-ecological impact of microplastics in coastal ecosystems. SimCoast is what we were calling it. We developed 3 science questions that guided this project. What are the processes that govern the fate and transport of NMP? These are nano and microplastics. So we're dealing with a spectrum of microplastics here within coastal ecosystems, and how is this dependent upon their environmental transformations? 2, how do changing environmental variability, anthropogenic stressors, and future NMP sources combine to influence the NMPs into the environment, food web, and trophic cascades, marine organisms, and ecosystems? It's really the heart of the proposal there. And then 3, how can socially and scientifically informed approaches be designed to advise policy governing the impacts of the NMPs? So they really want to see what is the output, that is going to affect our jurisdiction, right? And what kind of new policies can be informed from this research. We put together this team of researchers. So I was the PI on this project. You're allowed 4 co-PIs. So we had Vinka Craver from URI. She was our intertheme lead. We had Annabella from RIC, who is our institutional lead from RIC. She's also involved in the research theme 2 that I'll talk about. Baylor Fox-Kemper from Brown. He's our co-PI and institutional lead. And then Stephen O'Shea from Roger Williams. So the second level that you see, now these are more involved with the specific kind of day-to-day research themes and interthemes. And then, we had, I think there was upwards of 15 funded faculty within this project. But obviously, we can't include everyone, right? So from the Track-1 down to an ERISE, we had to do significant cutting to get down to the correct budget and the correct scope of this work. So we have 4 institutions, right? We have URI, RIC, Brown, and Roger Williams. You know, if you don't see your institution up there, it's not because we, you know, didn't value your input. It's just we had to be very concise with what we were trying to propose here, you know. But that leaves the opportunity open for future ERISE submissions, obviously. This is kind of an overview of what we had proposed. So actually starting from, let's see, if we start from the green, here we have 3 different research themes. So the first would be more of like a standardization and protocol development for microplastics analysis within the state. RT2 would be a lot of the models of our transport of microplastics through the coastal ecosystems. And then RT3 would be species to food webs, we called it, and full ecosystems. So this, again, would be determining effects of microplastics within higher trophic organisms here. That was our research capacity. We then move up. Actually, I'll stick with that. So you see that there's this incubator-style seed grants. So we were really trying to distinguish this incubator-style ERISE from a research center, an established research center. And to do that, on a yearly basis, we're going to solicit new ideas that we can bring into this project, right? So we would be awarding 1-year seed grants that we would bring in, and then we would see if they're you know, productive. If they are, we would keep them in the project. If they're not, we would find a way to sunset unproductive projects. And in that way, we can continuously improve our research focus in this grant. I'll then go to the top. So we had this one inter-theme. We called it a boundary organization. That has actually a very specific definition, but this is going to be involved in the societal impacts and the jurisdictional impacts of our project. Community engagement, stakeholder workshops we're going to be holding, use-inspired perspectives, that term keeps coming back, and then, you know, developing the next generation of a diverse workforce, any infrastructure that is needed to increase our research capacity. Within the center, we have the workforce development. We kind of kept that on its own plane here, jurisdictional need-driven. So again, based on our topic of microplastics and coastal ecosystem, what is the workforce that needs to be developed to, you know, to push that forward? We had a couple different ideas for that, you know, in terms of training, next generation, bachelor level, PhD level, master's level, scientists, engineers, and actually social scientists as well. We talked a lot about that. Workforce development, we're also focusing on early career and training opportunities, right? And then you see on the left, we have our partners, our institutional partners. We also have some local industry. We have some local nonprofit organizations as well, all within the jurisdiction. So that's very important. Has to be within Rhode Island, right? And then on the right, we have our leadership team and our external evaluators. We're going to be evaluating on a yearly basis to you know, see if the project is completing their objectives. They also wanted a roadmap, so this is a little busy. These are all of the activities that we have planned. You'll see that not really, well, not too many of them span the full 4 years. You know, we're bringing them in on a year or 2-year basis, and then trying to continuously improve this project, right? So we have some seed funding, we have some initial funding for various projects, but we hope to bring in a variety of new types of projects into this, you know, overall grant. And then I also separated by year, so you see 0 to 4, that's the first 4 years of funding that we're hoping to get, and then the renewal is from year 4 to year 7. So they do want to see specific goals for up to 4 years and up to 7 years. So we had to delineate different objectives there. And then other things I've learned, I just wanted to kind of list some things here. So like I said, I've been meeting with these program officers for many months, you know, and some of the messaging has changed, which is definitely frustrating. Some of it has stayed the same, you know, and I'll give you some tips here. So needs to be standalone from EPSCoR. And that was just very, I think, frustrating for Elin and I, because we went into this kind of planning from the Track-1 how we're going to split this, but we've been told from a very, very early on time that needs to be standalone. So, meaning I need to put budget for administrative support in the research part of it, and we're dealing with a limited budget already. So that was definitely a big constraint for us. We also needed to talk about seed grants, and because this is that incubator style proposal, we needed to put the seed grants in there. We needed to put workforce development, so we actually did a little bit of the SURF program, if you're familiar with that. We have some summer undergraduate research fellowships for undergrads. So we needed to specifically put that in the RISE. Even if it was in the core, it needs to go in the RISE as well. So that's something to really consider there. Number two, so I said this already, 4-year and 7-year goals need to be clearly defined. You do that in the first paragraph of your proposal. Number three, has to align with your state's science and technology plan. What we specifically chose was this marine sciences mitigation of contaminants from land to sea. Number four, use-inspired perspectives, societal impacts cannot be an afterthought. I've had a couple different program officers tell me this. Needs to guide the research from the beginning, which is challenging, actually, because I've met with quite a few social scientists, and they want to propose 2 years of going out and conducting community surveys and stuff, and then starting research, which that's not what they want to see though either, right? They want you to start the research plus start some societal impacts and use-inspired perspectives. So that was a challenge. We did figure out a good way to kind of combine everything. It's an incubator, not a research center. What does that mean? It needs to continuously adapt, needs to continuously change, right, on a yearly basis. What else? Does not have to be an even split of funds. So you get your $7 million budget for 4 years. Doesn't have to be, you don't have to include all the jurisdictions as well. As I said, we have 4, right? But any institution or entity should be properly justified. I think you can't just tack on an institution to check a box, right? It has to be thoroughly integrated into your research. Number 7, start early. So we decided back in September that this is going to be our topic, the microplastics in coastal ecosystems, and we met on a weekly basis for 4 months. And I think even that was, we were up against the deadline. We submitted on the deadline, and that's 4 months of planning. So the next round is in August, which, means you have to go home today and start planning if you want. But and I have a lot of other tips I can help you guys out with. I am happy to share our submitted proposal if you guys want to see that. But yeah, that's all I have. So. Joe.
Maybe you can put that last slide back up.
Yeah.
And possibly elaborate a little bit on how you handled number 4, building in the societal impacts right away with the research, and just to give some sense of how one solution was arrived at here for the group.
Okay, that's a great question. So we worked with some social scientists at URI, at RIC, to basically develop an initial plan to go out to the community and get, collect these use-inspired perspectives, hold community workshops, get feedback from the community of really what we should be targeting. Now, at the same time, we have to propose for the first year or 2 what we want to be doing, right? So we actually worked that in where we would collect this data, and at the end of year 1 or 2, we would feed it into our research, and try to guide the next year or 2 of our projects that way. So it does kind of happen in parallel, and it has to happen in parallel. If you try to do one before the other, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's gonna be reviewed well. But yeah.
Thanks, Dan. This is incredibly helpful, and I'm wondering, just from these challenges around number 4 that you described, as we are forming this jurisdictional steering committee and thinking about maybe the next themes of these eRISE proposals, if it would be worthwhile for institutions to start kind of like the eCores database, maybe a database of social scientists and their expertise across the jurisdiction, so that people can find those people at other institutions and know what their concerns are or expertise. You know, I can think of, you know, we have a team at URI that's experts in social science around offshore wind, right? And I'm sure other institutions have those teams, but that can be really, I think for folks doing STEM research, really hard to maybe identify the social scientists that would want to be part of something like this. So that may be something that institutions can start thinking about, is kind of curating your teams of social scientists so that, you know, as we develop these proposals, we know who to reach.
I think that's a great idea. I think, you know, as we were developing the research, it would be kind of word of mouth, where I would hear, oh, we should include this person, or we should include that person. And that's how kind of we built that team. But you're absolutely right. If there was a database or just some way we have all this info, you know, that would be much easier.
Is that a good core proposal for next year?
Could be.
Microscope, the social scientist is a resource, especially if it has to be baked into all this.
Any other questions? Okay. Yeah.
So Dan, assuming that this proposal is being funded, if it hasn't been funded, how many eRISE proposals can the state of Rhode Island have at any one given time?
I have not heard of an upper limit. What I've heard is that at any given time, they want to fund multiple eRISEs and multiple eCores for any jurisdiction. So, and what I've heard also is that, you know, within this first year, it's not necessary that the eCore gets funded and the eRISE. But within the first, I heard 2 years, they hope that each jurisdiction has at least one, and they're competing for multiple. And we'll see if that happens, right? Each institution can only lead one per year, yes, yeah.
Can they partner on many?
Yes, yes.
So there's one submitting institution. Exactly. A whole bunch of partners.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you very much for clarifying that it's an incubator, not a research centre. I think that's a very important note. I'm curious, and I really liked the seed funding, you know, idea, but did you think of other models, or have you heard of other models that will emulate kind of an incubator?
Yeah. That's a good question. I guess when I first heard that, that's kind of what I went to, the seed idea. You know, you think of like startup incubators, right, where you provide the foundational support for startup companies, right? And that's the other thing I didn't really mention, but one of our thoughts for sustainability is to provide the infrastructure if a startup were to come from some of this technology, right? One of our, actually, let me go back. So this Pete Rumsey at URI, he's the Chief Business Development Officer, right? Now he has a lot of the connections with, what is it called, the Rise Up here in Rhode Island, and a lot of the technology incubator, you know, startup space here. So that is one of our main plans for sustainability, to try to spin out startup companies from this technology, right? The other thing we were targeting was the ERC. This is a big NSF research center proposal. So by the end of 4 years, we're going to say we're going to try to start thinking about putting together an ERC proposal. So hopefully I kind of answered your question there.
Are the Are there any other institutions or organizations that have incubators or use that incubator model that is different? No? Okay.
This 401 Tech Bridge, that's what I was trying to think of. 401 Tech Bridge for the startup incubator model, incubator space.
I just wanted to add, RIHub is an organization supported by the state, Brown and IBM, that provides training, mentoring, and workshops to high-growth startups. So I think they've been part of other proposals before, and I think they could be a good partner for similar ones like this. Yeah. RIHub.
One other thing I should mention, so you can include letters of, no, I forget if it's collaboration or support. Letters of collaboration, okay, which is different. If you're used to writing NSF proposals recently, it's not that one sentence letter. Actually, this is a full 2-page letter that they can write, you know, kind of pledging support for your proposal. That can be monetary, or it can be, you know, we're going to be hiring students that, you know, come out of this project or something like that. And I forget, I think we had 3 letters that went in. We were allowed to submit 3 letters of collaboration. Yeah. Any other questions?
Just on that note, so that the Navy can't really part a lot of these things, but we can provide letters of interest is what we're allowed to write. So you can reach out to me in my office. We'll put those out.
Cool.
Yeah, Dan, I don't know if you want to mention maybe some of the challenges of letters of support from commercial partners, and just to maybe, you know, encourage people also to plan those early and to kind of hedge and maybe collect more than you need.
Yeah, I think that's a good point there. We ran into a last minute kind of snafu here, but we ended up, you know, getting the required number of letters, but definitely start early. If you can identify these partners early, you know, I think we tried to do one last minute, and when I say last minute, it was still almost 2 months before the deadline, and we didn't get the letter in time. So, yeah, if you can think of it early on, request those letters.
Great, thank you, Dan. Did anyone have any questions about the EPSCoR? Or was that just very clear, very simple, no problem? No? Okay. Well, thank you. Let's see. So we're running a little bit ahead. We had originally scheduled to have a brief coffee break and then do our breakout activity. Do people feel comfortable taking a quick break right now? Say 10 minutes, and you can network some more, and then when you come back, you'll want to, we're going to put some cards out on the tables, and you need to match the back of your tag with the mark on the table. So if you have one blue star, you're looking for the blue star table. If you have two silver stars, you're looking for the silver star table, okay? So we're gonna mix you up. Okay, great. So 10 minutes, and I'll call you back. Okay, everyone, if we can start finding your new table so we can see what that looks like. A few people have left, so we might need to do a little final rearrangements, but if you can find your table and we can see what's going on. Okay. This is basic K-12 skills here.
That's fine, that's fine.
Really? They conspired. Okay, I think my staff is going to help do a little quick rearranging. No. No, I'm just thinking there's also only two there. So maybe if we put 2 and 2 together, then you can... Or are you trying to get away from Peter? Right. You just don't want to sit next to Peter. Yeah, go over there. Okay, fine. Fine, see if I care. Go over there. We could use one more here. Great. So for our next session, we'd like to do just 2 things. One is to reintroduce yourself to people at your table, get to know yourselves a little bit better. And then we're going to do a little breakout activity, which you've probably done a million times before, but it's usually effective. And we're going to ask you to think through, based on all the stuff you've heard this morning, like what does that really mean for you at your institution? What do you see as you bringing to the table to do an E-RISE or an EPSCoR, to collaborate with other people, other institutions? So we're going to do what's basically called SOAR. You might have heard of this. It's like SWAT and everything else, but we're going to do part of a SOAR exercise. We're going to focus on, today, our strengths and our opportunities to create either an E-RISE or an EPSCoR, either leading it or collaborating on it. So we want to think about, for your institution, and talk with people at your table about what strengths does your institution bring, and what opportunities either you can bring or are you looking for so that you can put in a proposal. So we're going to suggest some guiding questions for that, just to sort of get things going, but don't feel limited by my ideas. Feel free to go off on any tangents that you think will be productive. So one is, what are the strengths that your institution or your organization has for conducting research and accomplishing broader impacts? What's already there that, and what are the opportunities that you already have to either collaborate across disciplines within your institution or to collaborate with other institutions in the state? Now that you've started to meet other groups, other people, you've probably heard some people are doing similar work to yours, or maybe you're already collaborating with them. And the third question we thought about is, of course, what's missing? Like, oh, we could put in one of these proposals tomorrow, except, you know, we don't have enough staff, we don't have the right faculty, we don't have a piece of equipment. So what is it that's missing? So we're going to take about a half an hour, or we have up to a half an hour, and just talk amongst yourselves. And as you come up with ideas, just jot them down on the Post-its, because at the end of that time, we're going to go and post all our pieces of information, and then we'll have an opportunity to walk around and see what everyone is putting forth. Yeah, it would be best if you, like put RISD, yeah. Yeah, we're super cool you want to work with us. Yes, this is an opportunity to promote your institution also. Okay. And just so, I don't know why, but this was sticking in my head since Dan's presentation. In Rhode Island, we have two minority-serving institutions. One is Rhode Island College, one is CCRI. So you might want to think about how can we connect with those two institutions as well. Okay? Great. Go. I will time you. people stayed.
That's so scary. That's so scary. No, I'm not. I think Annabella is scary. Should I yell at him?
I'm about to be really nice to everybody. You watch and see what happens.
I'm so scared.
Howard's gonna raise his voice. Okay, this is just a time check-in, 10 minutes. Make sure you're getting all these great ideas down on your Post-its. A couple of tables are Post-it light. So we just want to make sure you want to share all those great ideas, right? Right? You want to share all those great ideas that you've been sharing and espousing, right? On your Post-its, so you can share them with other people. You can't rush brilliance, yes. That is true. So just a time check, we have 5 minutes. And then, so if you want to finish writing down your ideas. All right, everyone, our time is ending. So for the next final part of our day, ask you to take your Post-its and make sure you know which ones are strengths, which ones are opportunities, and which ones identify what's missing. And then I'm going to ask that you go to the other section of the room that we haven't been using. And you'll notice on the wall, there are 3 sets of posters. Each set has a paper labeled strengths, opportunities, what's missing. And just pick one set, put your Post-its up where they belong, and then we're going to take 15 to 20 minutes to just walk around and see what everyone has put up there, ask questions, talk amongst yourselves. And then after, let's see, See how well people follow directions. So once your Post-its are up, if you would just take sort of a gallery walk, look at what other people have posted, ask questions of those people, or if you want to add comments, you can do that, add a Post-it, but just basically a gallery walk for about 10 minutes, let's say. Wow, that's a lot of strengths. Thanks for coming.
So